So hello everybody. How you doing? We're here for June 2025. We're doing an all signs. So you guys will be able to find the timestamps in the comments and the description after the live is done. And per usual, if you guys are here and end up in the chat, you can call out whatever signs you want me to do first. There we go. Otherwise, I will just default to certain things. So we're going to get some insights into June. I do recommend watching your big three, but if you know your rising, then you also know all of the other house rulers in your chart. And I do recommend watching all 12 from the perspective of that house, right? Whatever that sign rules for you. Hey, Kristen. Hey, Risa. Hey, Risa. That moderator icon's looking really good on you. Look at that beautiful blue name right there. How you doing, Miss Risa? Gemini first, then Aries and Virgo. All right. I hope you ladies are having a wonderful day. Virgo, let me write that down. Yeah. It was after the last live that we did for Capricorn. The screen was still up and I saw your name there and I was just like, she should be a mod. She's always here. She's the best. I absolutely love it. So, and Cancer after Virgo. I was like, Reese has got to be a mod. She's soul family here. So welcome to the mod fam. Oh, good. That's good. That's good, Kristen. Love that. All right. The decks I'm using today, I'm using my Divine Conversations deck for an overall theme for the month of June. And then I'm using the Celtic Tarot, and then I've got the Mystical Manga Tarot. And God knows I've got a plethora of other decks out here. But I feel guided to get nosy and pull more. Y'all know how I am. Y'all know how I am. It's part of the reason why y'all love me. We don't leave things unanswered here. We go layers deep. All right. So let's start with Gemini. Now that I got a good shuffle on these cards. Timestamp. All right, Gem. Yeah, it's good. Yep, one step at a time, man. I'm working on it myself. I really, really am. All right. Spirit, what is going on with Gemini? Gemini big three, the house that Gemini rules for you. What is it? Ooh, the divine conversation we're having. Okay. You may have been right about everyone else in your life, but not them. It's okay. They are different. You know you are wasting your money, spending it on the wrong things. Help yourself, pay off your debts, and save. And you don't see them for the toxic energy that they are, a demon in angel's clothing, hidden agenda or motive. All right. So, Gem, first and foremost, I think you do need to prioritize your finances and save money for whatever ends up coming your way. Spirit knows better than we do. We don't always see it. But Spirit's given you that nudge to prioritize and focus on your finances. And whoever you're dealing with, especially if you're a Gemini who's really intuitive or have other really strong placements in your chart where your intuition is like really high, you might be able to peg most people, but you do not see someone clearly for the wounded energy that they are in. And because the 12th house was super significant today coming up, I shared a video in the posts section. It used to be the community section, community tab. You may be dealing with someone who has one of their big three in your 12th house. They're a blind spot, right? They're a blind spot. So let's just say you're a Cancer rising like myself, right? They might have strong Gemini energy in your 12th house. You could be cross-watching for a Gemini, right? But this person has something significant. I would bet money on it. Maybe I should have went the center card talking about watching your finances. But I would bet money on it that this person, whoever they are, they have a very significant alignment in your 12th house. More than likely one of their big three or Venus or something like that. But or Mars, Saturn, like there's something that's off. Okay. And you're not seeing them clearly. You're projecting. If it's 12th house related, you're projecting yourself onto them. Insight, please. Keep this in mind, Gem, for June. We got the moon. So you may be a Gemini moon. That may be super significant for you. It's also Piscean energy that is natural to the 12th house. So it's kind of confirming what I already said. Got the Page of Wands, the Six of Coins, and the Ten of Cups. Clarify for me, please. Queen of Coins on the moon. What else? Clarify the Page of Wands, please. The King of Coins. So we have a pair on the board. We've got the Two of Swords. And give me one more. And the Page of Cups. Bottom of the deck is the Wheel of Fortune. Top of the deck is the Devil. Take it a layer deeper, please. Take it a layer deeper, please. For Gemini. Okay. Give me one more on that one. Clarify that Two of Coins further. Huh. Okay. Clarify the Six of Coins with the Two of Swords. And further clarify the Ten of Cups with the Page of Cups. Clarify the Ten of Cups with the Page of Cups. Ooh. Death card was peeking. Okay. Clarify that, please. Why? Okay. Bottom of the deck is the Five of Pentacles. Top is the Five of Wands. I got a lot of 1s out here. I definitely have a lot of 5s out here. And I got multiple 2s out here. So 1s, 2s, 5s. Okay. So Gem. Just looking at the tops and bottoms of your deck, I do not think you realize what a fucking nightmare you're dealing with. Underneath that Wheel of Fortune, I was like, give me something bright. You know what I mean? Like, show me some kind of silver lining. And underneath the Wheel of Fortune is the Knight of Swords. Okay. So, like, the story it's telling on the bottom, like, whether you realize it or not, or are in denial of it, you're experiencing a lot more anxiety than you are letting on. Because you know healing takes work. Healing takes work, right? The Star card with the 8 of Pentacles. I don't think you realize how much more peaceful it is, how much more fair it is when you shine for your authentic self and start to pick apart the different reasons why you're blind to someone. Because you're looking at it like a victory. But the reality is it's not where you want it to be. You know that it's not. And you're trying to serve some higher purpose, alchemizing it, teaching it, being the wisdom in it, communicating all this light for a very confused emperor who's only going to end up in a tower moment and an 8 of Swords. Like, they don't know what to do on their journey and they're going to cause pain. The cards that follow Jesus, you know, you have an attachment. The Devil on top, you have an attachment. It's caused a lot of confrontation and it triggers up lack. It triggers up poverty or lack mentality or not having things or not living the life that you want to live. You're attached to a very confused person. You know healing is work. And what's crazy is, like, instead of focusing on your own healing, I think you really are in the middle of a projection thinking that you are wiser or in a better position than someone else, spiritually speaking, and thinking you can help them. Thinking you can help them. I do not see them unconfusing themselves with your help. Really, 5, 5, 5. Wow, 3 major arcana on the bottom of that deck in a row. Hierophant, the World, and the Lovers after the 5 of Pentacles. Someone feels like they made a mistake. And it's actually inspiring them to shift. They just don't know how to do it. Someone wants to go back to something else But it's, if someone were to leave, it would be just. They'd receive more if they left the situation. And when I say receive more, I mean more happiness, more joy, more stability, less anxiety, less lack, right? Less feeling frustrated with life or people or circumstance. For June, I think going into the first week of June, I think you're undecided about something. That's the best case scenario. Really happy birthday, June Geminis, by the way. Either you are keeping a call that you have to make to yourself and are not making it, or you made the wrong call. The Judgment card's in the reverse underneath the Queen of Coins and the Moon. So the moon veils things in shadow. It could be confusion. It could be secrecy. The Queen of Coins could be possessiveness on the low end. What's hers, right? Is hers. It's mine. No one else can touch it. It's mine. It can also be, and I'm getting that strong, like there might even be some envy or jealousy suppressed on there, right? Because the moon is also subconscious. So there could be some that's mine type thing that's clouding up your judgment. I feel like whoever you're partnered up with, or whoever this person is that you aren't ready to acknowledge or don't want to acknowledge that they are not the person that you think they are, or that they are portraying themselves to be. Someone wants to reinvent themselves and be really stable, like breadwinner type vibes. The problem is they can't juggle that with love. They could try to, but the love falls short. Their priority is their finances. That might even be subconsciously what's driving it, right? The material world. I've got a lot of pentacles out here, like a lot. I think you're giving to something because it feels good to give it, but you don't know to what end. You don't know how much you're going to have to give or for how long. Because I think you're at this point with whoever this is that you got to go all in or truly back out. And I think they're coming off apologetic or compassionate or sincere with the Page of Cups on the 10 of Cups about emotional fulfillment and happiness and the dream. This is what you've always wanted. But it doesn't fucking take hold. It's the 7 of fucking Pentacles on it. With the 4 of Pentacles, it's not enough. It is settling and you're holding on to it because it's fucking familiar. It's familiar, so you're settling. Like them's to breaks. Gem, that's what June's looking like. It looks like you're trying really hard at something. And it does look like you are putting in a lot of effort and with a really blind eye to the red flags. You do not see this person. Like I said, get real familiar with your 12th house. Look at the synastry between your chart and someone else's, because there are certain facets of this individual that you do not get a read on. I will not. Gemini rules my 12th house. I will not date anybody. I will not date anybody with Gemini placements. It's my 12th house. Absolutely not. I won't do it. I don't care. I do not care. I know what that 12th house brings. I know it. And the different things that I was getting today, doing some 12th house stuff, like, I know that's the right choice. 12th house, you have to understand, like, if you know that you have lessons to learn and can't figure it out, opening up synastry in your 12th house will help you. It will not be fluffy rainbows and sunshine, the healing process. 12th house, it's fucking dark in there. It's the house of self-undoing, and the only way to get through your own blocks sometimes is to activate your 12th house so that you could take a good old look in there. It's a lot of projection. It's a lot of having to look in the mirror. It's a lot. But if you know that you've been through your fucking healing and you do not want to go through anymore, and you're like, fuck that, I ain't beat. Don't fuck with people who got placements in the 12th house in your chart. Don't do it. Even the guy I'm talking to right now, thank God he knew his birth time. Thank God. Because I fucking checked. I fucking checked. It would have been a deal break right there. I would have absolutely said no. 12th house placements. I want peace. I want peace in my life. I want peace in my life. I won't do it. I got so blessed with this one. I kid you not. He has no Gemini placements. So there is nothing in my 12th house, nothing opposing my stellium. And he's got nothing in Pisces and nothing in Virgo, which are the other two mutables that challenge my stellium. How did I find this man? How did I find him? Fucking God and smarts. You know, like, use the fact that you understand astrology and just I don't fucking doubt it. Don't doubt the astrology. The synastry is what it is. The placements are what they are. The lessons and the healing are there for whatever reason you need them to be there for. And if you don't need them there, they will go. The lessons will leave when you choose not to allow it entry into your experience. That's my best advice for you, Gem. That's my best advice for you. Because whatever this is, it's fear-based, it's monetary-based, it's familiar. It's got a lot of subconscious anxiety and fear that I think you're trying to talk yourself out of, like in major denial. In major denial. You think you could help or heal or work with this person. I love you. I love you. Do not forget that I love you. I'm not going to sit here and say I told you so later, but damn it, you're gonna know. You are gonna know. I did not sit here and speak mistruth today. Nope. We're the divine voice box here. All right. Hey, Kelly, how you doing? Let's see. What other signs? Let's see. I got Cancer. Aries. I'm about to do Aries right now, Kel. Then Virgo, then Cancer, and then Sag. Hey. Sag, Scorpio, and Pisces. Sag, Scorpio, and Pisces. Then Cap, then Taurus, then Aqua. I love when you guys pick the order. It's so much fun for me. I really do. I love it. We still have Leo and Libra left. It is a happy bird in the background. Isn't that nice? I will sit out here all day. On the other side of the room, I've got a futon that I've completely opened up and put a twin mattress on top of, and I just sit out here. I've got like a nice, cool little curtain, and I'll sit out here and I'll listen to the birds. I'll listen to the rain, feel the breeze blowing in through the windows. I love sitting out here. I probably won't say the same thing in June when it starts to get hotter. But in the meantime, I'm thoroughly enjoying it. All right. It's been good for my mental health to just sit out here and listen to the birds. They wake me up and or sing me to sleep, because if y'all know me, I go to bed at like 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning sometimes. They start singing around 4. They start really singing around 4. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Aries, let's get your timestamp. Alrighty. Spirit, please, what is going on for Aries big 3 and those who have strong Aries placements, the house that Aries rules for them? What is going on with Aries? That's smart, Risa. What is going on with Aries? What's the divine conversation? Okay. Aries, seriously, go grounding. Clear out all that energy you're holding that isn't yours. Release. And you have an unexpected ally, someone you haven't connected to in a while. Reach out. So Aries, sun, moon, rising, the house that Aries rules for you. There is something you need to ground out and clear. Definitely go plant your feet on the earth. Some which way, shape, or form. Put them down on the ground. Visualize all the scattered energy, all the darker energy, all the anxiety, all the hesitation, all of the doubt. Like, just picture it running, just running from your body and into the earth. Just running through it, running out of your feet, just pouring into the earth, being welcomed by the earth, so that the earth can refill you with all of that beautiful light energy, right? And know that you have an ally. Someone unexpected, probably not in your usual circle. I'm going to say they're not in your usual circle. But you might want to reconnect with whoever this is. And I think if you go grounding and stay open to spirit, maybe even find yourself humming something that feels natural, get your body vibrating, right, with something that feels authentic to you, and allow your angels to bring this person into your mind, and trust that they will when the time is right that you're meant to think of them, right? What is going on? Insight, please, for Aries. Yeah, Risa. Cancer rising too. Cancer, moon, and rising all the way. What is going on with Aries, please? What is going on with Aries for the month of June? Arian energy. Okay. Give me two more. The camera didn't catch that. That card just hit the table and was spinning like a bottle. I don't know if it's upright or reversed or what. All right. It always makes me stop a second when I see a card spinning. I'm like, Spirit, figure it out. Figure it out, bro. We got to figure it out. All right. Bottom of the deck is the 3 of coin. Top is the 8 of coin. Take it a layer deeper for me, please. Take it a layer deeper for me, please, for Aries. Okay. I got a lot of people out here. I'm just saying, I got a lot of people. And I got a lot of major arcana. Lovers is out here twice. Give me one more on that 5 of Wands. Knight of Wands is on the bottom. Judgment's on top. All right, so Aries, you may also have or be dealing with strong or significant Scorpionic energy, Virgo energy, Capricorn energy. Definitely strong Saturn, like doubling down on Saturn. Got the Lovers out here twice, Gemini energy, Scorpio twice. I got the Judgment card out here twice. World card outside of Saturn can also be fixed sign energy, so Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aqua. Heavy on Saturn. Just heavy on Saturn. It could be the fact that Saturn's, you know, leaving Pisces and going into Aries because it's underneath the King of Cups. And it's okay. I feel, Aries, that you are putting in a lot of energy on a specific path. You took a contract you have with somebody. You got financially involved in some which way, shape, or form. Even if you're not like giving them money and shit, like they could be living with you. You know what I mean? Like there's finances involved. And I think that you're being honest, but you're concerned about just how honest you could be. It's almost like even if you're not wrong, you're taking blame and apologizing for causing the pain. And are trying to hold on to this Queen of Cups energy, like being in this nurturing energy, when the reality is, you know damn right well, either you're manifesting a past life soulmate or you want to manifest a past life soulmate and don't know what to do because it's going to cause problems with a third energy outside of you and whatever else this concerns or whoever else this concerns. There could be multiple children involved, whether they're your children, their children, children you have with them, children you have by someone else, but there could be children involved. Just because of the pages and the knights that I have out here. Ah, okay. I think that you are choosing as an individual to cease attempts to grow something. I think you've given up hope between you and you on something or someone. I think wherever you're at right now, whatever it is that you've been working on so hard, I think you have surrendered to the realization that something is not going to grow or improve beyond what it is. Okay? It's not going to grow or improve beyond what it is. Someone may have strong Cancer in their chart. I'm getting real strong Cancer off the King of Cups right now. Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, Cancer, Venus, right? But you have a real attachment to them. Or they have a real attachment to you, like an unhealthy, toxic attachment that you need to finish, right? The world is on that. That has to end. The Devil, that has to end. Whoever this King of Cups is, I feel like their emotions, they could be bipolar. Or they make you feel like you are. Because you could be totally happy 1 minute and they could pull some shit and you're just, or say some shit in some which way, shape, or form that just irritates and irks the shit out of you. You know? Like, your day and your mood might be dependent on this person and the kind of mood that they're in. And you're always coming in like Knight of Cups, Knight of Wands. Let's bring love to it. Let's bring passion back to it. Let's build intimacy, right? The Lovers, like, let's choose each other. Let's keep choosing each other. What y'all are choosing, right? Because the Lovers in this row continues with the top, the Lovers in the next row. The Lovers is out here twice. So someone keeps rushing in like the knight in shining armor, you know, with all the love, all the passion, you know, let's keep the chemistry, keep it going. We can work this out, blah, blah, blah. And the only thing you're choosing, the Lovers, is the Hanged Man. It's stagnation. It's spiritual stagnation. The Five of Wands with the Two of Coins. You're really fucking torn because you have a crazy attachment to this person. And you are unwilling to love yourself for that reason. Either you've invested too much time or too much money or both. And whoever or whatever this is, you know exactly who the fuck I'm talking about. Someone needs to know that I know that they know who the fuck this is. And you need to accept the fact that your intuition knows who the fuck I'm talking about. You're not sitting there dumb, which means you know already who's the bullshit. You know who this is. You're holding on. Why? Why? Why, Aries? What are you holding on for? What's Aries holding on for? You want reciprocity. You want them to step up and give you back the love language that you want in exchange for all the energy that you put in. You said, I put in all this energy. I put in all this time. I invested all this money. I want my return for the investment. You said it's not fair. that you invested all of this and they haven't even come close to equal, to leave them, you'd be taking a loss and you don't want to admit it. Yeah. Six of Pentacles, one-way give. You invested so much in this person to a fucking detriment. What is the Scorpio in your chart? What is the Scorpio in your chart? That Judgment card is literally out here 3 times. 3 times. I've got it here, I've got it here, and I've got it here. High Priestess, you fucking know it. Aries. You are not so stubborn. Like, I know you hate to lose. I know you hate to lose. But do you want to lose a little or a lot? Well, Grace, if I walked away now, you have no idea how much I'd lose. I've invested 3 to 8 years in this. What you'd lose is small compared to what you would lose if you stayed. Take it for what it is, Aries. Take it for what it is. Because if you want to go down that hole and fuck yourself, well, I can't stop you. But I will tell you how it is. Because that's what June's looking like. It's looking like you're trying to fucking save and rescue. And it's not even worth saving or rescuing. I won't say it's not worth saving and rescuing. It's not possible from your position at this point in time with your synastry and theirs. Release, Aries, right? Listen to your guidance cards. Release. Go grounding. And listen to your angels. They are there. They have not left you. The divine has not left you. The light has not left you. Tune into the goddamn frequency. Tune in. Tune in. Jupiter is about to start entering into Cancer, squaring your sign. Oh, snap out of it real quick. So if you ain't listening to your intuition now, you're going to have a hell of a hard time listening to it later. And Jupiter's going to be in Cancer for about a year. About a year. That's going to be a not so fun time. Okay. You've been warned. We're going to get into Virgo. Virgo and then Cancer. We did Gemini and Aries already. Now we're on Virgo. Okay. 11th house, Risa. House of friends and goals. You might have somebody pretending to be soul family. All right, let's see. Virgo. Yeah, I bet, Kristen, you have so many cusps in your chart. All this shit going on in Pisces and Aries must be driving you fucking nuts. All the changes, my God. What's going on? What's the divine conversation for Virgo? Virgo big 3, Virgo placements in the house that Virgo rules for you. I feel like there's more. What else? What's the divine conversation? Spirit said, if I had it my way, you'd be happy and fulfilled and satisfied. Why do you insist on suffering? It's about perception. Who are you running from, denying, or avoiding if it's not facing yourself? You are better than this. And you deserve better from yourself. Okay, so Virgo. Why do you insist on suffering? What are you running from? What are you not facing in yourself? So, Virgo, it kind of feels like you know what you need to do to feel less stress, and you're simply just not choosing it. Everybody's reason is going to be different. You know what you need to do, and you're hesitating, procrastinating, hard. What are you putting off? Let's see what's going on with Virgo for June. Let's see what's going on with Virgo. Virgo energy, Virgo placements, the house of Virgo rules. What is going on? Okay. You don't know what the goal is. That's the problem. You're not doing it because you don't know what the goal is after. Clarify, please. It's like, you know you want to do it, but then you're like, but once I do it, then what? You know what I mean? Like, then what? Like, I know I need to do it, but then what? And because you don't know what after, you're not doing it. You're not doing anything. You're just doing what you've been doing. And nothing's changing. And you're suffering to some degree, right? On a scale of 1 to 10, you're on it. You know, you're suffering to some degree. But because you don't know what next, you're not even taking the first step. You're not letting spirit show you what happens when you trust. I've got Libra out here and I've got Gemini out here. Give me one more, please. 2 more. Bottom of the deck is the Queen of Coin. Top is the Three of Cups. We're going to get into that in a second. We'll get into the bottom of that deck in a second. My God. Take it a layer deeper for me, please, Spirit. Take it a layer deeper for Virgo energy, please. Clarify these just a little bit further for me. That is way too many. Thank you. I had a spirit. I was like, am I keeping them all in there? They didn't answer me right away. I got a little nervous. They were like, no. And I was like, okay. Oh. Spirit don't do that often. Usually it's, yes, you're taking all of them. The whole stack. I just listen. Oh my God. Okay. I got the Fool out here, Aries energy, and I also have the Hanged Man out here, Pisces energy. Bottom of the deck is the Ace of Coins. Top is the Wheel of Fortune, Jupiter energy. Okay. So you know what, Virgo? I think it is notable to mention Jupiter too, because when it leaves Gemini and enters Cancer, it will no longer be squared to your sign. It will be in sextile. So you've probably been dealing with a whole bunch of bullshit around communications, connections, all kinds of things, misunderstandings, misspeakings, like for a while, like to the point that it's been disruptive, right, in life. Okay. Virgo. Getting into the bottom of your deck. Queen of Coins, Five of Coins, Page of Swords, King of Wands, Seven of Coins, Three of Swords, Four of Cups, Page, Cups, Seven of Cups, Seven of Swords. That's a rough bottom of the deck. I think you hold on till you can't hold on no more. And then the Chariot and the Fool card hit. And it's like you have been dragging your feet. You've been dragging your feet and not giving into the divine for too long. You're dragging your feet. I think what you do not understand is how capable you are and how full your life is. It doesn't feel as empty when the rubbish connections are removed. I think that you missing opportunities is really painful. And you may drink to help cope with the stress you put on yourself. You know you're cheating yourself out of something, you just don't know what. And that's the thing. Like, you know you're being pulled forward, right? By spirit. You know you're being pulled forward, called forward for however long now, right? You know you're being called forward. And you're not doing it because you don't know, well, then what, right? The problem is you're cheating yourself and you're self-medicating with something, right? You're using something as a self-medicating tool, whether it's alcohol or video games or shopping or smoking weed or cigarettes or whatever it is. Maybe you're into telenovelas. I don't fucking know, but you're escaping into something. Video games, right? You're escaping into something. The thing is, you want the fresh start, right? The Ace of Coins on the bottom of the second deck. You want that Ace of Coins, the Chariot card under that, the Emperor under that, the Ten of Pentacles under that, the Tower. The thing is, it's going to take you forever if you hold on to the slack mindset, that Five of fucking Coins. The Five of Coins. The fuck? Like, have you committed to sleep? And when I say sleep, I mean spiritual sleep. Because I think that's what you're playing with. Spirit's been trying to wake you up and you're outwardly ignoring it because, well, I don't know what next, right? You're not trusting Spirit knows the next step. You're like, I don't know it, so I'm not taking it. I don't know what happens next. I don't know if it's a big mistake moving forward in whatever it is. I don't know if it's a big mistake. So I'm just not going to choose it. But you have so much, like, that's the thing. You have so much abundance, so much control over your life, so many blessings that manifest when you get out of your own way. It's like you're going kicking and screaming. Spirit's like, let me bless you. I want you to be happy, fulfilled, and satisfied. Why do you insist on suffering? Why do you insist on suffering? I think a false flame is out of the picture. I got the Four of Wands reversed. I think a false flame is out of the picture. That's totally a victory, and you are still processing through it, okay? Through the first week of June. And then you are at a choice point where you have to pick justice for yourself, right? The Two of Wands with the Justice card. The thing is, it's with the Eight of Swords. You're having anxiety about it. You feel trapped in the thoughts. You don't want to do it. You're at a divine pause where you have to choose. Do I choose justice for myself? Do I allow myself to receive all that I've given? And you're like, no, I don't want justice. And that results in the Ten of Swords with the Lovers and the Fool in reverse, like huge betrayals from someone close to you. Huge betrayals, possibly a partner or a divine soul connection, right? One of the highest types of connections we have here. Because you didn't take the leap, the Fool reversed. Like, this is giving you insight, Virgo. Like, tarot doesn't tell you shit that's beyond your control. It tells you shit that's going on and possibly unfolding with the state of your current energy, should your current energy not shift. This is about perspective. The Six of Swords with the Sun and the Nine of Wands. Like, you are seriously scared to shine. That Sun card comes out with another Eight of Swords. Eight of Swords is out. I got the 8 here and the 8 here. You want to move forward. Six of Swords, you want to move forward. You want to shine, but you're fucking scared to shine. And it comes up with the Nine of Wands. There's a victim card. No, I have to sacrifice myself for this and or them, right? The martyr. The Nine of Wands is attached to Chiron energy. Virgo, I feel like we've had these conversations before. Like, Spirit is giving me, like, visually a huge eye roll. Like, I'm literally seeing eyes rolling in my head. Like, we've talked about this. Spirit wants you happy, fulfilled, and satisfied. Why do you insist on suffering? You are better than this. Your path is better than this. The outcome's better than this. The result, right, of your story could be better than what you're choosing. Like, if it's one of those, like, novels where you get to choose, right, the next step and it pops you somewhere else in the book, like, you have a choice to make. There is a happily ever after possibility. You're just not choosing in alignment with it. I don't know how familiar you are with Chiron, but Chiron's a tragic end. Chiron is a tragic end. And I hope this reading is enough for you to choose a better life. Like, I hope it's that shake from Spirit that you need. Like, hello, like, Grace is sitting here being guided to go live, doing June readings and pulling cards for y'all. This is the message that's coming through. It's not a coincidence. Like, you caught it for a reason. What house does Virgo rule for you? Who in your life has strong Virgo placement? Because this reeks of stagnation and avoidance. Oof. Like, I read, I don't judge, but I will advise you. This, I'm sorry. You could not pay me to suffer, let alone charge me energy to suffer. Like, yeah, I want to suffer. Sign me up. No. No. Yeah, as a matter of fact, can I have a second helping of suffering? That was so good. I want to have a whole nother plate. Like, let's gorge on suffering. Like, come on. Come on, Virgo. It's ridiculous. I know it's easier said than done, but at the end of the day, like, don't play with me. play with me. Don't tell me. You can't this, that. Yes, the fuck you can. You just choose not to. You have your reasons. You have validated it to yourself. You are meant to suffer and continue doing what you're doing. By all means, be my guest. If that's what you choose, I'm not going to stop you. But I will tell you every single time I read these cards for you. I will tell you every time. Spirit will not get sick of telling you because it loves you. So I'm going to be here telling you because that's what I have to do. All right. I hope you choose in alignment with yourself, Virgo. All right. Cancer. Oh, my water babies. Yeah, Virgo moon's a rough moon, man. It is a rough moon. Like, it's not the harshest moon, but it's rough. It is rough. All right. Cancer. Cancer, big three, sun, moon, rising, Cancer placements, and the house that Cancer rules for you. Spirit, what is the divine conversation we are having with Cancerian energy for the month of June? What is going on with Cancerian energy? What divine conversation do we need to have? Give me one more. So you already know I've solved your current dilemma. Let me do what I do. Align with it. You are loved and supported always. Your fear is stalling your progress. Just say it. You've got nothing of value to lose. You've got nothing of value to lose. Your fear is stalling your progress. You already know that Spirit has solved the problem for you. Just align with it. If you're a Cancer rising, you should go to the post tab, the old community tab, where I shared that video on the 12th house, and you should watch Gemini if you're a Cancer rising, because Gemini would be your 12th house. Because that, just say it, you've got nothing of value to lose. That is all about that. The problem's already solved. The problem is already solved. Just align with it, right? What are you afraid of? If that's what's stalling your progress, what are you afraid of? What do you feel like you want to say, but you can't say it because you're afraid that if you say it, it's going to fuck something up? Because that's what you got to say. You got to figure out how you want to say it, but it needs to be said. Wheel of Fortune, Jupiter energy. Ooh, yeah. Cancer is getting that Jupiter energy for June. What else? Give me one more in clarity, please. All right. Clarify the Wheel of Fortune. Clarify the Ten of Pentacles. And the Seven of Pentacles. And clarify the Page of Wands. I got Venus twice on the board. Taurus and Libra as well. Bottom of the deck is the Moon, Piscean energy, and Four of Wands on top. Take it a layer deeper for me, please. For Cancer. And Cancerian energy for June. Give me one more layer, please. Take it a layer deeper. Okay. Okay. I got a lot of 7s out here. Three of them to be exact. 5 of them. 5 7s. Wow. What are the odds? 8 of coins is on bottom. Lovers is on top. Gemini energy. We really got Mars out here. Okay. So Cancer. Solution's already in the works. You've got nothing to lose, right? It's about speaking. It's about speaking truthfully and letting things flow where they may. Okay. Ooh. Okay, so bottom of the first deck. Underneath the moon's the 7 of Cups, the Death card, the Ace of Cups, the Knight of Swords, 6 of Wands, 6 of Coin, and Judgment. And the Devil. And the Hanged Man. Okay. So Cancer. You do not realize the moon is hiding the 7 of Cups from you. You might think you're in the clear when you're in a fog, because the 7 of Cups is foggy, it's confusing, and that's what's being hidden. So you might think you're seeing very clearly. You might be seeing transformation, right? Through the fog, you might be registering transformation with the Death card. Ace of Cups, new love, right? Lots of communication with the Knight of Swords, talks about victory, talks about success, what I'm going to give, what they're going to give, making the judgment call and committing only for it to be the Hanged Man with the 10 of Wands and the 7 of Wands. And you're like, now what? Now what? I think you give whatever this is. I think you give something way too many chances. Because the bottom of that deck, it looked like there was like 4 chances where things could have just been let go of. I think you're connected to someone. Who maybe has put in a lot of work, or at least they make it look like that, or they talk a big game, because we have the 8 of Pentacles on the bottom with the Magician and the Ace of Swords. The 10 of Wands is under that. Temperance, death again. Page of Swords, I've changed, I've healed, right? 10 of Pentacles, happy home, I'm sorry, right? Apologies, compassion. Page of Cups, strength, justice. I think that there's a lot of positive vibes, but I don't know how long lasting it is. I think it might be good for a while. Maybe another year. I think where it goes beyond that depends on the people involved and the choices they make. Okay, I feel I got the Seven of Pentacles out here twice. One following up into the next, right? I think at the beginning of the month, Spirit is letting you know that something's changing and it's not going to be great. The Seven of Swords, I mean, that's the liar and the thief, right? That's the cheat. The con artist. The sneak. I think, now Cancer, I'm going to be real honest with you because I love you. I think there is a good chance that something may work out well in the month of June. I think it might work well for up to about a year. But I think whatever you're going through in June, it's starting with the Jupiter transit in your sign. And when Jupiter leaves your sign, whatever this is going to go with Jupiter. This is temporary. I think that you can experience a lot of joy. I think that a lot of positive self-reinvention is going to take place. Got the Emperor here with the Hierophant. Like, it might have taken a while and it might still take a while, but you're going to come out of it as the Empress, right? Married to your feminine energy. Reinventing yourself from a place of balance, right? With the Justice card. But the Tower with the Seven of Cups, I think that's the thing. Like, whatever you're going through for the duration of Jupiter in your sign, starting in June, right? Whatever you're going through, it is going to be greatly beneficial. I think you are going to improve that area of your life that Cancer rules is going to improve a lot. And it's to help you, right? It's to help you make progress. Whatever relationship dynamic you have with you over the next year, it's going to serve you positively in some way. I just don't know if I don't think it's going to last past Jupiter leaving Cancer. I think it's going to come in with the transit and leave with the transit. I wouldn't say don't experience it. I would tell you to experience it because it's going to be really beneficial to you to experience it. I just think you are already aware that at some point it's going to leave or be taken from you with the Seven of Swords, because that could be taken. Be aware if you have feelings of fear that what you're doing is not good enough, or you have to be someone that you're not in order to make things stay smooth or stable. Like, do not bite your fucking tongue. Do not bite your tongue. Like, if you got something to say, like, your fear is stalling your progress, just say it. You've got nothing of value to lose. That might just be the big, big lesson. I think if you can master that, right, knowing that spirit has answered your problems and all you have to do is speak truth when you are guided to speak your truth and not bite your tongue for the life of you, I think it might actually be able to continue beyond Jupiter and Cancer. But that's if and only if the wisdom of Jupiter is taken into consideration and enacted by you, right? You have to be able to take that Jupiter energy and use it to your benefit. Like Jupiter rules the 9th house of wisdom. You have to be able to apply the wisdom you've learned. Like you can, as a bullshit, kind of example, but like you can have the wisdom of knowing not to touch the stove because it's hot, but the wisdom doesn't serve you if you don't apply the knowledge and you touch the hot stove anyway. What's the point of having wisdom if you don't apply it? I think you're going to get a great deal of wisdom. And if you can apply it, I think that is what's going to be what ultimately unlocks a whole lot of transformation for you. A lot of magic, like a lot of alchemy. The bottom of the second deck is really fucking bright. It requires work. It requires divine choices. It requires apologizing to yourself. It requires communicating. It requires trust in the divine. So don't bite your fucking tongue. Don't bite your tongue. Get real comfortable with your truth. Get real comfortable with your truth, Cancer. Because if this is a beautiful blessing, like it feels like, and it can continue, it has room to continue on, I would really practice that. I would really practice that while Jupiter is in your sign. Application of wisdom. Application of wisdom. Okay. Oh, you might, you might move too within this year, Cancer. If not June itself, you might move by the end of the month. You might be talking about it mid-month. All right, Saggy. My Sagittarius. Timestamp. Okay. Saggy. Sag Big 3, Sun, Moon, Rising. Any other strong or significant Sagittarius placements or the house that Sag rules for you? I know. I love my Sag gang. What is the divine conversation Spirit wants to have with Sag, please? Although I will admit, being a Sag, I always have like a little bit of a fear when the cards haven't flown out yet. I don't know what the fuck Spirit's going to talk about because I know damn right well I have not been exempt. I have not been exempt in all the years I've been doing readings. Sag has not failed to reign true for me, so I'm always just like, please, Spirit, go easy on us, but don't, because we need the truth. Oh my God. What is going on for Sag, please? What is the divine conversation? Virgo had the same card. If I had my way, you'd be happy and fulfilled and satisfied. Why do you insist on suffering? Perception. Take the fear, the what ifs and impossibles out of your thoughts. Then act on trust, faith. Sag. I feel like Spirit's asking you for a really big trust. Like a really big action. Oh, Spirit. What the fuck is that? Insight, please, for Sag. For June. All right, clarities. I got a lot of people out here, Sag. I got a lot of people out here, Sag. There's your card. And one more. Bottom of the deck is the Seven of Pentacles. Top is the Ace of Swords. Take it a layer deeper for me, please. For Sag, what is going on for June? What is going on for Sag for June? Damn, Sag. Damn. Bottom of the deck is the Queen of Coin. Top is the Page of Wands. I've got three queens, I'm sorry. 3 queens, 3 kings, and a page. 7 fucking people. As far as like numbers go, 7, 8, 9, 10 is out here. And I got 1, 2, 3. So there's definitely progression. Sag. So you got your Ace of Pentacles on top, 7 of Coins on the bottom, Empress under that, Ace of Pentacles under that. Page and 8 of Cups. Okay. So Sag, I think that you know that you are in fact moving forward towards a reinvention of self. You already know. And I think that what you're evolving into is taking you out of your element. It's taking you out of your element. I think it's putting you more in the realm of air than the realm of fire. Which kind of leads me to believe that you're learning how to fan your own flames. I got a King of Wands clarifying the Queen of Cups with a 9 of Wands. At the beginning of the month, I think you have a lot of vision and a lot of heart, but maybe just a lot of spiritual weight. And you just might be feeling heavy. or doused. I'm getting a visual of like a woman who is soaking fucking wet, like head to toe, soaking wet, dripping. And how I'm feeling how heavy the clothes feel. How heavy the hair is like sitting on this person. You might be, Sag, you might be feeling like you've been taken through the fucking laundry. You know, like someone put you in the middle of a cycle. And you're clean, but you're still drying out, you know, like someone might have washed you out by fucking hand. You might have gone through the purge via water, which for Sag, you know, being a fire sign, purging through water. I mean, that's kind of like, it's kind of like christening if you think about it. The washing of the sins with like baptism. But I think it was fucking crazy. Like someone didn't tell you that you were going to go get baptized in your experience with them. You are clean now. You're emotionally clean. And it's like, like, I'm just fucking cold and wet and I hate it. Right? Cold and wet and I hate it. Then we got the Queen of Swords with the King of Coins and the Two of Wands. So with Wands and Cups being fucking wild, you might start leaning into air and earth and making a choice. Which, to be fair, if you feel like you have been wrung out and left and forgotten about to dry, I do think that you have either you have a solid person coming in with that kind of energy, or you flip into that energy and you're at a choice point. And I think the choice you end up making is not a great one. And or making the choice, it's a hard choice to make because there's pain attached. The Ten of Swords with Temperance, your card, further clarified by the Seven of Swords. I don't know, Sag, that's fucking brutal. It's almost like you know you're betraying yourself. You know it, though. Like, it's not like you're ignorantly choosing something that is a betrayal to you. You are willingly choosing something that self-betrays. It's like if you've done 12 steps of healing, you just lost 11 of them. You fell backwards 11 steps. King of Cups, Three of Swords, Eight of Cups. I think your soul hurts every step you take forward. We're going to get a little deeper into it. Spirit, what the fuck is it? What is it? Clarify the second half of the month. That's a fucking hard choice. What is it? What is it? Ten of Swords reversed. Queen of Wands. The Hanged Man. Four of Cups reversed with the Three of Pentacles. Four of Pentacles on bottom, the Lovers on top. I think that you chose it I think you chose it because Jupiter is still in Gemini, opposite your sign, at the very beginning of the month. If you can wait, Sag, if you can wait until at least Jupiter enters Cancer and gets out of opposition to your sign, I think if you wait, the outcome might be better. Because if you make it early, I think it's going to be harder. Yeah. It's going to be harder. You're moving towards a contract that you don't want to pass up. You do not want to miss it. There's something about Mars being in Leo and Pisces energy, the end of certain things going on in Pisces. There might even be certain challenges to your 10th house. There might be certain challenges to your 10th house. Or your 12th house, right? I don't feel it's from other people. I feel like it's from the current transits. There's certain challenges that you're getting hit with that have you moving in a direction that's unfavorable. Or if it is the right choice, the aligned choice, then there are certain people getting cut away with the choice you're making, and it's divinely aligned, and it's not going to come out. It's not going to come and go without any pain. Because all these people on the board, I don't think you could take them all with you. You might be putting yourself into a situation where there's too many chiefs. Right? Too many chiefs, not enough Indians kind of thing. I don't know if you just heard that outside, but someone outside screamed, "Yo," as soon as I said that. I think it's going to be a little bit different for everyone. But the only major arcana I have out here is mutable. I've got Temperance, Gemini, and Pisces. It's all mutable energy. And a lot of cardinal energy, right? Because we got all the kings out here. Almost all the queens, fixed energy, like Sag. I think the divine wants to pick you up and move you. Take the fear, the what ifs, and the impossibles out of your thoughts, then act on trust, right? Faith. That was the guidance card at the beginning, the divine conversation Spirit wanted to have with you. And I said, I felt like it was a really big act, right? The trust, it was a really big action. Two kings, King of Cups, King of Wands. Yeah. Sag, I would reconsider that choice. I think that might be the big act. Okay. Not necessarily jumping on something or jumping into something, but potentially turning something down, at least for the time being. And trusting that the solutions Spirit wants you to be happy and fulfilled, right? If something is holding you back, set the pace or let it go, but do not let it control you or set the pace for you or pressure you before you are ready to do things. You really got to trust yourself. I think when you flip out of your element, trying to figure out how you can fan your own flames, you're being distracted from the fact that the flames just fucking shine and the air shows up. God knows if the air runs out, so does the flame, and the flame can't give a shit if it ain't there. Why are you trying to be air? Why are you trying to be the fuel for the fire? You're the fire. You're the fire. Because ultimately, I think you're moving towards your peace. The top of the deck, the Lover's card was on top. I think it's totally worth it. I think you're going to be fucking surprised. I think you're going to be surprised. I think you're going to be surprised. For some of you, the path is going to result in a union. The manifestation of union energy. Saggy, if you trust yourself, you get inside that union energy with yourself. That's what's going to end up manifesting for you if you can hang tight. Hang tight and trust. Just trust. Trust the pace that Spirit's giving you. Okay? Trust yourself. Let everything else fall into place or fall away. I just would not be surprised if someone who cares an awful lot about you ends up being hurt at the idea that you're moving forward in the direction that you're moving, right? Whatever the direction is that you're moving in. I think someone cares about you an awful lot. And they're the one, they get hurt. They get hurt with you choosing whatever it is. It might not have been your intention to hurt them, but it just might be painful for them in general. You might care about that person a lot too, which might make it even harder. You know, if it's just one of those moments where you and someone else care deeply about each other, want to protect each other, be there for each other, and spirit's just like, you can't be with each other right now. Where you're going, you're not required for each other. Matter of fact, it's required that you're not together, right? Which might make it very difficult emotionally, right? Be prepared. Be prepared. We're going to move on to Scorpio, and then Pisces, then Cap, then Taurus, then Aqua. And then we still have Leo and Libra. All right. Let's see. Timestamp. Scorpio. Scorpio, big 3, sun, moon, rising. Any major Scorpio placements in the house that Scorpio rules for you? Spirit, what is the divine conversation you'd like to have with Scorpionic energy? What does Scorpio need to know? For the month of June. What is the divine conversation with Scorpio? What promise did you make that your soul knows it doesn't want to keep? Tell your ego to get out of the rabbit hole. Admittance. What promise did you make that you know you don't want to keep? Take the best advice you've recently given. You are not exempt from taking it. Lead by example. Scorp. I know that energy. When you make a promise, you make it soul deep. I'm pretty sure Scorpio invented the blood pact. Because Scorpio, when they make a promise, forces outside of themselves or their own self-sabotage sometimes, but it takes a lot for a Scorpio to break a promise. But you are not meant to keep this one. Your ego wants you to make good on it because that's the kind of person you want to be, someone who never breaks a promise. But the reality is, you do not feel guided to it at all. To maintain it or keep it, whatever it is, whatever the promise was, you don't want to keep it. It's not even that you can't keep it. You don't want to. It doesn't sit right with you to keep it. Even if it felt right at the time you made the promise. Like it was the easiest promise. If it was the easiest promise to make, you were always meant to break it then. And you were always meant to break it. Because it doesn't feel that way anymore. Give insight into June, please, for Scorpio. What else? Dude, June, I did not anticipate June being such a rough month for everybody, to be completely fair. It's a rough month. It's challenging energy. And you know what? A lot of that probably has to do with the fact that as Jupiter moves into Cancer, it's going to be in square with Saturn. That's probably what a lot of that is. Clarities, please. Got 3 5s on the board. Give me 2 more, please. And 1 more. Double 8s, triple 5s, High Priestess on the bottom, Moon on top. Double Pisces. Take it a layer deeper for me, please. For Scorpio. Scorpionic energy. Three of Pentacles on the 3 of Pentacles. Five of Swords on the 5 of Swords. Okay. Bottom of the deck is the 4 of Coin. Top is a Tower. Okay. So here's the thing, Scorp. You've got Pluto, your ruled planet, in Aquarius, square your sign. You've got Mars, right? The Tower. You've got Mars in Leo, square your sign. And you've got Pisces draining out the trine it had to your sign. Okay. Okay. Squirt whatever you're holding on to. Whatever you're afraid to lose. Don't worry about it. You're holding on to something because you're afraid. Right? It might even be that promise. Afraid of how you look. Because you want to come off as very loving and very considerate. Like you've seen someone else's soul and vowed to help them out of whatever energy they're in. Quite possibly knowing that you want to get out of your own energy that you're in. So you're doing it for someone else, hoping they return the favor. That's a possibility. But the Moon and the High Priestess top and bottom of that deck. For real. I got to give it to you, Scorp. You're moving ahead with victory in mind. You're moving ahead with victory in mind. I water you, you water me. We're going to do this together. Move forward. And then have a whole lot of anxiety over the wish fulfillment because your soulmate, the Knight of Wands is rushing towards the Ten of Swords and the Devil. Scorp, do you have a habit of dating people and then after you break up with them, the next person they're with ends up being like their forever person, or they get engaged or some shit? Like, does that happen to you a lot? Because I feel like whether you realize it or not, a part of you might be so invested in sticking around for whatever or whoever this is because you genuinely do want whatever end game it is that you're after. And if you let it go, you know damn right well they're going to move towards that end game that you want with someone else. I think you've been there, done it a few times. I think you put in a lot of work and get nothing out of it. The Eight of Coins with the Five of Pentacles. You invest all of this time, resource, energy, and end up with nothing. And you got to go back to relying on yourself. Really, really sad contracts of loss, right? That Five of Cups is then clarified by Three of Coins twice. Those are contracts, doubled down contracts of sadness, right? The Five of Cups is loss, grief, depression. You put in so much work. Like physical resource. I feel like a lot of it is physical resource. Like it takes time to make money. You know, like there's not a whole lot of people out there making more than minimum wage. And if you're in a job where you're making more than minimum, like you got a nicer job, maybe you have a skill. And it's not necessarily about the amount that you invest so much as it's the ratio. Like you might make $2,000 a week and spend $200, right? 10%. It's no different than if you only made $100 a week and spent 10%. Hopefully you make more than $100 a week, my God. But you know what I mean? Like you invested a lot compared to whatever it is that you were making. And I don't feel like you have a low hourly rate either. Or you're worth a high rate and maybe have gotten shafted multiple times. Invested yourself into things like people or businesses, companies, whatever, passion projects, and it just flops. And it flops like fucking hard. Not only do you lose the investment, but you lost out emotionally. Like you're fucking sad. You didn't invest because you wanted to control it. You invested because you fucking cared. Because you swore, whether it was in the past life or this next life, that you were going to write something. And created a debt. You're trying to be the spark for past life soulmates who are not strong enough. And then when they're with you and become strong enough, there ends up being some kind of argument, some kind of fucking fight, or someone's not willing to let go of this or that, or they're like healing wise, like they're not willing to heal. And it's easier to just walk away from you than owe you. It's easier to walk away from you than owe you. The debt was paid. I think the people that you don't end up walking away from, they end up walking away from you in the end regardless, because they were never meant to stick around. These are past life debts. You might have, you know how like we talk about energy exchange and calling our pieces back to ourselves and things like that. I think, Scorp, there is a good chance you were holding a whole lot of soul pieces and people started calling them back this life. Like calling all my soul pieces back to me, calling my energy back to me. And you're holding their energy, whether you realize it or not. And they've come around to collect the debt. Once the debt is paid to their satisfaction, they leave. And you refuse to give up until it's paid. Probably because you don't want to experience this shit before. And that's why they've agreed to leave as soon as it's paid. Because if they continue to take from you, now they're in debt to you. So they're taking and they're not giving any back because it's just to balance the scales. I think you're so fucking over it. And all this is veiled from you, right? That moon and the high priestess, like, it's all veiled from you. That's why it causes you anxiety to care. Because you don't know who's a sadness contract, right? A debt collector contract. You don't know who's a collector and who's not. So far, everybody, the vast majority of people have been quote unquote spiritual debt collectors. You know? I've gone through like Akashic records and stuff like that for myself. I've been given insights into certain past lives. I've seen certain things in my dream state, like repetitive places, and it's almost like timeline jumping, right? Where I'm seeing myself and almost like me here talking to you, being the conscious in another version of myself's head, right? Seeing things through those eyes. I know that I was 100% or still am in another timeline, escort or prostitute. I know, especially with all the Scorpionic shit in my chart, my South Node in Scorpio, like I know. And I do not doubt that I broke up some happy fucking marriages being out for money in a past life, not giving a fuck about the repercussions. I know that they came back in this life to reap some kind of debt collection, right? That they felt owed. Choices I made in fear state and whatever timeline that was. I'm well aware of it. Do I know how many of those contracts I have left to pay? Nope. No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't know. You know, and it's nerve-wracking because you want to go into the next dynamic finally thinking like all the debt's been paid, right? But you don't really know. You don't really know until you take a leap forward into something that ends up working out. That isn't just taking from you, you know? If you owe a debt, fuck, then you pay it. Pay it. Thank the universe that you were able to pay that debt, and that spirit energy is not going to follow you again. You know, that it's paid and it's closed. But you've been through a lot of fucking sadness. It's not even so much pain, even though it's painful. It's, if anything, more disappointed and confused. Disappointed and confused, right, over the losses. You try and be so stable for people because you've been given a healthy dose of instability in life. These kind of contracts are wildly unstable because people come and take and go, come and take and go, come and take and go, and you're left with nothing every time, right? 8 of Pentacles on the 5 of Pentacles, left with nothing every time. So you go through these dynamics where you're giving and investing and then taking losses, and it's fucking sad. It's constant disappointment. And it's like, you know, you want to move forward, but you're like, what am I moving forward into? Like, yeah, I would love to pay off all my debts. That would be great. But how much do I fucking have? Like, can we split up the payments? Like, do we have to repay it all in this life? Can we split up the payments? What the fuck? You know? Shit. I feel like you made a bold choice to maybe get rid of as much as possible, if not all of it, though, which is a huge undertaking. And considering there's not many major arcana out here, I've got Leo, I've got Mars, and I've got Pisces. And the moon might be seriously strong if you got Scorpio moon. But yeah, Scorp, take your best advice. Whatever advice you gave to someone recently, you have to take your own advice. And whatever promise you made that your soul doesn't want to keep, you're just going to have to accept that. Because you might have had relationship dynamics where debts got paid and that was it, that ended it. But the promise that you made that your soul doesn't want to keep, I think it would put you in a deficit where someone else would owe you in another life. And it's just not necessary to step out of balance, you know? Like if the debt's paid, it's paid. Someone might be here very close to you collecting a very, very big debt. Very, very big debt. And you might not want to lose them or hurt them because of what you've put into it. You might have promised forever, but you can't give forever. It's got to wrap up. Yeah, I'm a Scorpio Venus too. Scorpio Venus. Trine my moon. Yeah, Scorp. What house does Scorpio rule for you? Because I promise you it's going to be in that area. What this particular promise that you need to break is concerning. I think ultimately you're going to end up surrendering into something new. With a soulmate. Doesn't have to be romantic, but you're surrendering into a situation with a soulmate. And it could cause some problems. They might be divine discomforts, but they're going to be viewed like problems. Especially if you were carrying a lot of weight for somebody and you're not carrying it anymore. They got used to leaning on you. Used to you being there. Used to your sacrifice for them. They're not going to be happy when that ends. Yeah, they're not going to be happy when that ends. Okay. We're going to move on to Pisces. All right. Timestamp. Pisces. Okay. Yeah, Scorpio is my 5th house, so that got intercepted in there. Okay. Spirit, please. Aries, I love you. Have a good night. Spirit, what is going on for Pisces? Pisces big 3, Pisces major placements, or the house that Pisces rules. What is the divine conversation you want to have with them for the month of June, please? I love that. Give me one more. I feel like there's more. Okay. That's a theme for the mutable signs and Cancer. That's all tied to Piscean energy, right? I got 4 cards. First one. What's meant for you is meant for you. Stop thinking you screwed it all up. Life, relationships, love, finances. You didn't screw it up. You created opportunities to learn, and now you must seize alignment to grow. Evolution. Card number 2. You are somewhere you don't belong. It's not the future you're trying to make it be. Let it go. Dispel your pride. You didn't fail. 2 cards talking about stop thinking you screwed it up and stop believing that you failed, right? 3rd card, break the chains of guilt and pity. It's insulting to watch you do it. You are not the devil's bitch. Break the chains of guilt and pity. The divine said it's insulting to watch you do it. Stop biting your truth. Stop biting your tongue. Trust truth. Just say it. Stop biting your truth. Oh my God. Stop chewing it up. Pisces, you got something to say. I think what's stopping you is feeling like a failure and feeling guilty or feeling bad of the situation that you might leave somebody else in. You gave yourself opportunities to learn, and now you have to seize the alignment to grow. Let it go. Dispel your pride. You didn't fail. Pisces, you might also have strong or significant Leo placements, or there's challenges to your chart coming maybe from Mars. What does June look like, please? Insight for Pisces. Piscean energy. What is going on with Pisces? What is going on for the month of June? Page of Cups, King of Cups. I got Gemini, Virgo out here, Mercurial energy. Give me clarities, please. For Pisces. Clarities for Pisces, please. I got cups and I got wands. Okay. Bottom of the deck is the Tower. Top is Death. Double Mars, right? That could be double Mars. Could definitely be double Scorpio. Take it a layer deeper for us, please. Take it a layer deeper for us, please. The people are starting to build up. Give me two more, please. And one more, please. Lots of wands, man. If it's not a major arcana, I've got the Queen of Swords, and everything else is wands or cups. Bottom of the deck is Strength. Top is the Ten of Swords. Okay, so Pisces, you might be feeling the last of Jupiter leaving Gemini, squaring your sign before the trine, right? Dealing with that kind of energy. I do think you're going to have a massive shakeup in June. I don't think there's any way around that. With the Tower on the bottom and the Death on top of the main deck, I don't think there's any way you're going to avoid any kind of like a major shakeup. I think you're definitely going to have a major shakeup. I don't say it to like scare you, but so that you're not like blindsided. Like there is something coming. It is happening for a reason. You might have to be really strong through the Ten of Swords. Like if you know the truth, then you need to be able to hold on to that truth and trust the truth and love yourself through whatever the pain is. Yeah, the Tower. You have an alchemy tower coming. Like you have a major alchemy tower coming. It's going to free you. Death again. It's going to free you and bring you closer to spirit. But damn it if it ain't going to be a little painful on the way out. Okay. All right, so Pisces, either you or someone else, someone wants to apologize or connect with you on a heart space level, but they're hiding it. They're hiding it, but they have definitively chosen it. There's communication, some kind of emotional connection that someone has definitively decided they're going to have. It just has not happened yet. It's secreted right now. The King of Cups is transforming into the King of Wands. Someone who is very emotionally reserved, right? Who is more, I'm going to say, emotionally intelligent. They're not necessarily in alignment, but they're not fucking dumb when it comes to people and feelings. And they know when to take their feelings out of the equation and or how to consider their feelings without reacting from their emotions. But they're transforming into this King of Wands, which is a very driven individual, right? Someone who desires and wills things, right? We're talking about sheer willpower, spiritual push with the King of Wands. And then we've got the Magician, number 1 card, with the Ace of Wands, number 1 card, and the 10 of Wands. Another 1. 1, 1, 1. And the wands add up to 11, right? 11 total wands in that column. I think you're manifesting a fucking awesome spark. I don't think it's going to be easy. You might have to trek it out alone for a bit. You might have to trek it out alone for a bit. Whether it's 5 to 9 days, or 5 to 9 weeks, or 5 to 9 months. I don't feel like it's going to be 5 to 9 years, but for that one person out there, it might be 5 to 9 years, depending on what kind of hole you dug yourself into. But there's a major transformation happening in June. There is a major, what feels like a backstabbing. It always connects back to our own self-sabotage, but it's going to feel like a backstabbing that you're going to have to be really strong through. I think you are fully capable of manifesting some awesome shit. I think if you're driven and you let that desire, that willpower steer your ship and really put the fuel to the engine, right? Really get them fires blazing. I think that you won't be alone for too long. But there is a period of time where you are going to have to face your demons solo dolo and give something one more shot. The 9 of Wands, you got to take the wisdom from it, from the previous experience that was so fucking brutal. You've got to take that wisdom and learn from how you got those wounds. How did you get those wounds? What were you following? What were you chasing? What were you fingers crossing, hoping for, right? Talk about that. Like, hope is a bullshit word. It's a pretty name if your name is Hope. I don't mean to offend your name, but it is a bullshit word. If you are fingers crossed hoping, you already know that there is a chance of failure or a chance that it's not going to work out the way that you want. That's why you're hoping, you're fingers crossing, knowing or anticipating loss. Faith, on the other hand, is not crossing your fingers. You have faith. You know, like you know, like you know, like you know. You have faith in it. Even if the outer experience is not giving you any reason to hold faith, you hold faith anyway because you know. I think you're done hoping. I think you're done hoping. I think hope might have gotten you into the predicament that you're in to begin with. Fingers crossing for something. Like what's meant for you is meant for you. What's not meant for you is not meant for you. You didn't screw anything up. It could be meant to be with you for a certain amount of time, and then it's meant to be somewhere else. You created opportunities for yourself to learn. Now, did you learn though? Right? And I think that's what this final week of the month is, where you're trying to seize the wisdom so that you can grow. I do think that you have people here who are willing to help you understand yourself and how you got yourself in the situation, the predicament that you're in. And I think if you do want to talk to somebody, where there is a will, there is a way. Where there is a will, there is a way. You want to talk to somebody, there ain't no such thing as, well, they blocked me. Don't lose your fucking head and go like psycho stalker on somebody and continue to message them from like fake accounts and bullshit like that, because that's just fucking creepy. But if you want to legit give a piece of closure, if not for them, then for yourself, and it is a well-written or well-communicated piece to close the cycle, then do that. Then do that. There's no reason not to get closure. God knows, back in the fucking day, and I was all hung up on my fucking counterpart, right? Who I thought was my counterpart. He had my number blocked. He had my Facebook blocked. He had my email blocked. He had everything fucking blocked. I wanted to send him a message, and it was like a little, like 8 or 10 minute video that I recorded like I do my readings. And I knew his phone number, but I couldn't text him from my phone. I had the link to the video, me talking to him, saying what I needed to say, and got a random ass person from Walmart, asked them to please let me use their phone. And I let them know, this is Grace. This is what I have to say. Don't respond. I literally just picked up a stranger's phone at Walmart. Like, you can't reply. But I did leave my number at the very end of the video. I said, if you want to talk, that's my number. You can get a hold of me. Otherwise, I wish you nothing but the best. He called me. And he called me after a whole year plus of not talking. Where there is a will, there is a way. If you want to get a hold of somebody, you can. Just don't be a fucking creepy weirdo about it. You know, like limits. I said my piece. I made sure I said everything I needed to say, because if he never responded, then I needed that closure from myself. I think you might have to find yourself in a similar kind of energy where you got to trust the universe too. Like, where there's a will, there is a way. And if the universe wills something for you, it's going to come for you. If something's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. If there's more to learn, there's more to learn. God knows I had more to learn with that man. I had more to learn, because after he called me, it was a whole nother 2.5 years of fucking crazy shit. I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. But it was 2.5 more years of crazy shit, you know? I think that whatever your truth is, spit it out. Break chains with guilt. Break chains with pity. They do not serve you or anyone you love and care about. Sticking around for guilt or pity does not serve them. It does not create their happiness. It prevents it. It literally, quite literally prevents it when you're acting in misalignment from a place of guilt and pity. Let it go. You do not belong, right? It says you are somewhere you don't belong. It's not the future you're trying to make it be. Let it go. Dispel your pride. You didn't fail. You didn't fail. If you know that you need to apologize to someone, where there's a will, there's a way, do it. If you know you need to reinvent yourself, you know you literally have to become a kind of new person, then so be it. Reinvent yourself, right? Then reinvent yourself. Find that drive, find that willpower, find that fucking fire in there, you know? Go solo if you have to go solo. Be that master manifester. Go all in. Go all in. What have you got to lose? I hope that helps, Pisces, because that's how I would advise you. Speak your truth and go all in. You got some chains to break in June. First step in being honest with other people is being honest with yourself. All right. Cat, Taurus, then Aqua. Then we'll do Leo, and then Libra. Okay. Okay. Cat. All right, Capricorn. Capricorn, big three, sun, moon, rising. Any other significant Capricorn placements, and especially the house that Capricorn rules for you. Spirit, please, what kind of divine conversation are you having with Capricorn energy for the month of June? What divine conversation are you having with Capricorn for the month of June? That card flipped up, and they didn't take you for granted or owe you anything. They didn't take you for granted or owe you anything. I called them in to be your teacher. What did you learn about yourself? It's grow up time. I feel like there's more. Go grounding. Seriously, go grounding. Clear out all that energy you're holding that isn't yours. Release. Okay. So apparently Spirit had sent you a doozy, or is sending you one, if they didn't already. But Spirit sent you a doozy to be your teacher. They didn't take you for granted, and they don't owe you anything. Or they're not taking you for granted moving forward, right? Whoever or whatever we're talking about, because you might be moving forward into a contract where it could be easily perceived as someone taking you for granted or owing you, and they don't. Spirit called them in to be your teacher so that you could learn about yourself. That feels more accurate, putting it in present tense. I wrote the card in past tense, but it makes more sense the way I'm feeling it in the present tense. They're not taking you for granted or owe you anything. Spirit called them in to be your teacher so that you could learn about yourself. If you're stressed out, go grounding. Someone is not taking advantage of you or using you in some way. They don't owe you anything for what you're being called to do. They don't owe you. You're learning something, and they are your teacher. Ooh, hold some gratitude and respect. That's what I just heard inside my head. Hold some gratitude and respect while you're being taught. Being the teacher is never easy. All right, give me clarities, please. I got the 8 of Coins, the 10 of Wands, the Hierophant, and Death. Taurus and Scorpionic energy. You might have Taurus and Scorpio polarities in your chart, oppositions, nodes. Bottom of the deck is the Ace of Coins. Top is the Strength. All right, take it a layer deeper for me, please. What is going on in June for Capricorn? Take it a layer deeper for me, please. Okay, so you cannot avoid something. It's almost like you don't have a choice. Bottom of the deck is the Hermit, Virgo energy. Top is the Star, Aquarian energy. I've got Taurus, I've got Scorpio, I've got Sag, Aqua, Leo, and Virgo out here. Okay. Capricorn. I think at the beginning, if you're strong through the new beginning, I think you're going to light up. I think you're going to light up. If you can accept that you're being called to give, if you can accept that you are being called to give and take joy and feel radiant in the giving, I think that would work out exceptionally well. I think if you start comparing yourself to other people and wanting to receive what they're receiving, someone else, the Empress with the star card on the bottom of your deck, is healing their ability to receive. And you are healing your ability to give, which is why Spirit has paired y'all up the way it has. Someone needs to be able to receive and learn how to receive. And someone else needs to learn how to give. And right now, Kat, you are that giver energy. And it might feel initially like a burden to love someone, especially if they have strong Sag, because it's Temperance in reverse at the bottom. It might feel heavy to love them or give to them. the 10 of Wands with the Ace of Cups and the Temperance reversed. But that kind of mindset is not helping you alchemize and or heal or evolve. See, you're gaining some kind of wisdom or have some high contract with spirit to get through anxiety about being sovereign and independent. Transform the journey and receive those communications of gratitude. I think that you might seriously hem and haw, grumble, mutter profanities under your breath in regards to whatever it is you're being called to give to. Because it's almost like you don't want to do the healing. Like you'd rather continue in whatever vibe you were in. Like I said, I don't think you have a choice in putting in the effort and doing that one-way give for a while. I don't think you can miss that opportunity. I think you have to take it. The 8 of Coins with the 6 of Coins and the 4 of Cups reversed. I got a lot of 8s out here. I got multiple 9s too. 8s and 9s. I think you're going to be really glad that you realized what you're capable of giving, and ultimately the gift that you give yourself when you give to others, because it's so deeply fulfilling and rewarding, you know, to be called to help and maybe not necessarily be comfortable with being leaned on, and then having all of this weight on you and realizing that you can carry it. You know, it's like you didn't know your own strength. You didn't know your own capability. You didn't know the kind of foundation Spirit was going to set up for you with the skill you're learning. I do think you will be grateful for your teacher. But you might try and burn him first. I'm just saying. You might try and burn him first. When your teacher presents the lesson, I think Cap's immediate answer is, fuck this. I'll do it begrudgingly. But they don't, it's almost like they don't see the point. Like, why can't it just be how it was? And Spirit's like, because it can't. It can't stay the way it was. The way it was not working, right? Or wasn't conducive to like long-term happiness and healing. And I think you might have a lot of anxiety about it at first. Like, I think you are. You're going to have a lot of anxiety about it at first, but it's temporary. Like I said, go grounding, right? Clear it all out. That energy you're holding isn't yours. Like, clear it out. You might be holding energy from your parents, more specifically your father, just because I was really pulled to paternal energy just now. Not gonna lie, I feel like I'm talking to Capricorn masculine energy. Regardless of gender, it's masculine. Okay. Already at the Taurus. Okay. Timestamp. Taurus, big three, sun, moon, rising. Good point. Good point, Kristen. Yeah, it makes Aries make more sense. Good. Good. All right, what is going on, Spirit, with Taurus? Taurus, big three, sun, moon, rising. Significant Taurian placements. And most importantly, the house that Taurus rules for you. What divine conversation needs to be had with Taurus, please, Spirit, for the month of June? What divine conversation? Life is not meant to be hard. Stop putting off the one thing you know you must do. Courage. Spirit said, you already know I've solved your current dilemma. Let me do what I do and align. You are loved and supported always. Life is not meant to be hard. Stop putting off the one thing you know you need to do. Spirit's already solved the problem. Trust. All right, then. What does June look like, please, Spirit? Give us some insight. What is going on in June for Taurian energy? Empress is out. That's your card. Double threes in a row. We also got the Lovers out here. So Taurus and Gemini energy. And the Seven of Cups. Clarities, please. Okay. Give me two more. Eights. Bottom of the deck is the Six of Wands. Top is the Hierophant. That is also your card. So both your cards are out. Take it a layer deeper for me, please, Spirit. Take it a layer deeper for Taurus and their energy for June. Take it a layer deeper, please. I love the layer deeper. It really does fucking change things. All right, bottom of the deck is the Eight of Wands. Top is the Page of Cups. All right. I got Taurus and Gemini out here. And Sag. Taurus, Gemini, and Sag. Okay. So Taurus, for the month of June, I think you've already committed to victory. I think you've already committed to victory. And I think maybe you have reservations, though. Like, you've committed to the idea that it's you want it to win. But I think you're having some reservations about it being one way. Or that you would care more than someone else. I think you've been through a lot. And you're maybe holding on to what you've got. I think you're like the bull pushing yourself through pain. You might feel like not everybody is going to agree with your choice to move forward in a certain direction. Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man, Taurus. I'm not gonna lie, that makes me a little nervous. When the moon gets followed up with the devil, that makes me nervous. Because that means you can't see the devil. The twin flame card, 4 of Wands, was under there. Okay. I think you had how do I want to word that? I think you're contracted to a defeat where someone walks away because they don't want to fight you. This is at the beginning of the month. I think someone might okay. I think you're aware of it. I think you know someone would walk away because they don't want to fight with you. And I think that you are actively opening to listen to them, because I think a part of you intuitively knows that if you don't listen to them, or you ignore it, or you make it out to be something stupid or small when it's a big part of who they are, maybe, that there would be too much of like a gap to bridge if you don't open up to listening. I think this energy makes you a little nervous. Whoever the divine feminine is, the Empress here, they're fucking smart. They're fucking intelligent. And I'm getting the word hypervigilant. They notice things that other people do not. Not only are they fucking smart, they got some keen fucking perception. And I think that energy is wildly attractive to you. It could be your own energy, to be fair. The Empress is your card. I think you know that you are, or someone else is, if not both of y'all, but someone's a catch. And you know it. Then we got the Lovers with the 8 of Cups and the Page of Swords. But to be fair, I don't feel like that 8 of Cups is negative. Clarify Give me one more card for the lovers with the Eight of Cups and the Page of Swords. The Queen of Swords. A very humbling Queen of Swords. It's the Queen of the King, right? We got the Queen out here. This is your person. They are equally intelligent, and they're humble. They're humble, and they have no problem humbling other people either. Whoever this queen is, they're a stick for balance. They're a stick for balance. So like on the bottom of the deck where you are afraid of it being maybe like one-sided or something like that, this person is a stick for things being fair. To the point that I think they would even stop you and put you in your place because you're giving too much. Or they would tell you like, it's okay, you don't have to do that. Doesn't mean you won't do it anyway. I think you might be confused as to why they don't want the help. You're like, why the fuck not? And you make the effort to give to whoever or whatever this soulmate is. The Six of Cups. You're like, oh, you have flowers? And they're like, yeah, I have these beautiful flowers, but they need water. And you're like, I got water. I got plenty of water. Here, I'll go chuck it from the fucking well for you, you know? Like, and bring you back your water for your flowers. And they're like, you don't have to do that. Like, you don't have to go out of your way and stop your day to help me. Like, the flowers are for me to worry about. And you're like, don't even sweat it. It's not that hard. It's probably easier for me to get the water than it is for you to go get the water. So I'll just go get it real quick. We'll water your flowers. Like, we both get to watch them bloom. Taurus, you can take it how it resonates. This might be the best reading we've had so far, to be fair. Because ultimately, I think you might have met someone who is your equal. They're equally worth it, equally valuable, equally generous, equally considerate. And I think you complement each other's weaknesses. So like one person's forte is not the other person's forte, but they have a forte that helps the other. So it's like you guys help each other. I think that might start off with like a small hint. I think there might be a small hint mid-June that you might want to move forward. Like you might be testing the waters, Taurus. And kind of like dipping your foot in the conversation of, do we want to be more than what we are? Do we want to take it to another level? And that could be anything from, you know, partnerships and going from just talking and being friends to actually dating, or going from dating and being open to being exclusive, right? It could be taking a relationship with someone that you've been friends with for forever and having all these business ideas and finally taking it into the evolution stage where you're no longer just friends, but you're friends and business partners, and that relationship is evolving, right? There's some kind of evolution. I think you got your partner. I cannot shake that. And to be really honest, Taurus, if you're cross-watching for a Taurus and you know who the fuck I'm talking about, and it's romantic, like you're talking to a Taurus. Let's just hypothetically say you're talking to a Taurus. If you got a feeling, they already know you're the one. I'll put that out there. They already know. If you're talking to a Taurus right now on a romantic level, even if it's early, they already know that you're the one. And if you're a Taurus and you're watching this, you're romantically involved with someone, especially if they are a Sag, a Gemini, or another Taurus, you already know they're the one. You already know they're the one. They're the one. I think y'all might know it. But it's like, it's almost like too early to know it, if that makes sense. Like, let's just say you and someone else met yesterday. Like, it's too early to be like, oh yeah, I'm marrying that person. Like, people would look at you cross-eyed, like you just met them. You know, like, how do you know they're the one? Y'all both know you're each other's person. I think that's super clear. I think what you're learning is that you do not always have to be the one to carry all the weight. Even if this other individual carries different weight than you, you are not carrying weight by yourself, and you're not carrying a disproportionate amount of weight compared to them. This is a really good match. You might be very different. But I think where you guys find common ground is being intelligent, being smart, and focusing on learning each other's language. I think you guys are both committed to learning each other's languages, like love languages. It might even come natural. I think you've got some really good shit here. Give me a, let's have fun. Give me an outcome card. Give me an outcome card. Where is this going? Yeah. Yeah. Strength, 9 of Cups in the world. It's what you always wanted, Taurus. The Queen Bee, the 9 of Cups. What a fucking heart. Generosity. Long time contract. The universe is the world card. That's Saturn. That's a long cycle. It dare I say, it might even have some staying power. It might go all the way. Like, you might end up finding your person this month if you haven't already. They are your match. They are your match. I think they're going to support you in ways you didn't even know you needed support, and vice versa. You're going to be so supportive of them in ways that I think they'd be so fucking grateful. So fucking grateful. Well, good for you, Taurus. Hallelujah. Really. Good for you, Taurus. All right. We're going to get into Aqua next. Let's get a timestamp for Aqua. All right. Spirit, please. Mm-hmm. I would take it that way, Kristen. Mm-hmm. I would agree. Mm-hmm. All right. Spirit, please, for Aqua, big 3, sun, moon, rising, significant Aquarian placements, and the house that Aqua rules for you. What is the divine conversation you'd like to have, Spirit, please, with Aqua for June? If you got stronger significant Scorpio, you might want to watch Scorpio. I'm pretty sure Scorpio had one of these cards as well. What promise did you make that your soul knows it doesn't want to keep? Tell your ego to get out of the rabbit hole. Admittance. It also says lying is for cowards and secrets are dishonorable. Face the truth. Let it set you free. Truth is the only way out. Truth is the only way out. True value has nothing to do with money. True value looks to de-stress your soul. It is unconditional. Don't worry about the money, Aqua. It has nothing to do with money, right? True value has nothing to do with money. It has to do with de-stressing your soul. You got to get your ego out the rabbit hole. What promise did you make? To yourself or someone else? That because you made it, you still feel beholden to follow through with it, even though you know it's not in alignment to follow through with it anymore. Lying is for cowards and secrets are dishonorable. Face the truth. The truth is the only way out. I think you got to get really honest with yourself, Aqua. Really, really honest with yourself. Because I feel, and it's just the visual energy that I'm getting, right? Because I'm seeing the crossroads, but there's like 3 paths, and you might have literally promised to walk a certain path, maybe with a certain person, and maybe it still bothers you that you would be walking away from that promise because maybe you genuinely felt like you needed to make that promise, that you meant it with your soul. I don't think you realized you were trying to prove something to yourself, making that promise. And maybe what the promise was to yourself, that you were trying to prove to yourself that you made that promise, right? Whatever you were trying to prove to yourself, I think that is still legit. But the promise you made to who or what may have been incorrect. There's something about it. It could be as simple as promising somebody you would love them forever and always be there to take care of them. Always be there if they needed you, no matter what. I promise. I'll never leave you. I'll never hurt you. You might have to break that promise. Because lying to yourself, you dishonor your soul. keeping it a secret, that you don't feel guided to keep that promise, that you're being called somewhere else. Aqua, I love you. Don't be a fucking pussy. I'll just say it like that. Don't be a fucking pussy. Like, if you got to move forward, I got Jupiter in Sag, or Jupiter in Aqua, right? As a Sag, I got Jupiter in Aqua in my 8th house. If you have something you're being called to moving forward, it doesn't matter what the fuck you promised in the past. It doesn't matter. Because to be completely fair, if you were of the vibration that you would have stuck by somebody no matter what, you had that much love behind you, that much love behind your words, and in that moment, you meant it more than anything else. You will help that person, love that person, be with that person, no matter what. They can call on you always. For you to have to go back on that promise and walk away, either one of two things happen. They elevated and grew to a place where they no longer need you to lean on. And therefore, your assistance, your promise, it's not needed. Or they fucked up and hurt you and betrayed you so fucking bad that if you want your own fucking happiness, you have to leave this person. Because their track record is shite. All they do is fucking hurt you. That's all they do. Lying is for fucking cowards. Remember that. Lying is for cowards. Don't put yourself in positions where you're going to feel like you have to lie. Because that's your big flashing lights that you shouldn't be doing something. If you feel like you'd have to lie about it, don't fucking do it. Don't fucking do it, right? For June, that's a big deal. And remember, it's not about money. It's about de-stressing your soul. We have had conversations like that on the channel where we were talking about like soul de-stress and righting wrongs. Like if you owe people apologies, give the apologies. If actions are stronger than words, well, then actions are stronger than words. Let your actions apologize then. You know, like some people, I mean, and I've been there, you know what I mean? Like I've been there where people could say whatever the fuck they want to say, but actions are what matter. Actions are what matter. I've sent people messages like 13 years after the fact apologizing because I was keeping it a secret within myself that I still felt bad over it. I wasn't talking to anybody about it for 13 fucking years. Or even at the time I was doing it, that I felt bad. I kept that a secret. The fact that I felt bad was the secret. The truth I had to face was that it felt bad. I owed this person an apology, so I messaged Kristen. Not any of the Kristens in this chat, but Kristen from fucking 8th grade. And apologized. 13 years later. Because what the fuck do I have to lose besides my discomfort? What the fuck else? The true value is in the de-stress. True value is in the de-stress. It takes the weight off your soul. If you owe somebody, fucking pay them back. Because it's not about the money. It's the value on your soul. Knowing you can make something right? Let's just hypothetically put it into a scenario for you. Let's just say you can make something right. It requires a certain response from you, whether it's an apology or clearing the debt in some which way, shape, or form, right? Beyond money. If you right that wrong, the stress comes off your soul. The guilt or the beating the self up, right? The being hard on the self, self-critical, self-loathing, right? All of those different things that come along with holding on to a fuck up that we know we fucked up. But if we could say, yes, I fucked this up and I have a path to right it, so I'm going to take it, because we don't always have a path to right the wrong. We don't. God knows sometimes we end on a bad note with somebody, and by the time we figure it out that we want to apologize or make it right with them, they're not even here on the earth anymore. You know, they've transcended to the next dimension. We can't even talk to them anymore. We can't make it right with them. So we're stuck making it right between us and us because they're not here to help us make it right anymore. Like, if you have an opportunity to genuinely write something and can and are willing, then I would absolutely do it, because it will take a huge weight off. Huge weight. The way you feel about yourself, like, it's like an achievement. It's like an achievement. It feels really good to feel the weights lift off. Like, you didn't even realize how heavy it was making you being disappointed in yourself, you know? Let's get into the cards. Let's get into the cards. Insight, please, for Aqua. Yip yapping for 11, 12 minutes just on the fucking conversation cards. Y'all need to learn how to stop me. Oh. Yeah, something's not closed. The world card is in reverse. Clarities, please. I've got Saturn and fixed sign energy out here. I've got Pisces energy out here. I got a lot of cups out here. There's a lot of water. Three of Pentacles is on the bottom. Queen of Swords on top. Aqua, that's your energy. Take it a layer deeper for me. Take it a layer deeper for me, please, Spirit, for Aquarius. Queen of Swords out twice. Give me two more. Oof. Okay. Death is on the bottom, scorpionic energy. Eight of Swords on top. Oh. Okay. Okay, so remember where we started with that divine conversation? The reason why Spirit is urging you to write it. It is a contract of conflict. Betrayal and spiritual weight are part of it. It's a judgment call. It's a judgment call made by Spirit, right? Because after the Three of Pentacles with the Five of Wands, the Ten of Swords, the Ten of Wands, we got Judgment and the Devil. We got the Four of Wands and the Wheel of Fortune. You're either going to lock yourself in what is essentially divine jail, and you're going to have to roll the dice. You're going to have to roll doubles to get out. Or you can turn fate, the Wheel of Fortune, with the Four of Wands, which is a twin flame energy, but it's also like a visualization of happily ever after where you could see it again. Maybe you couldn't see the happily ever after ending with yourself or anybody, and it's because you have this shit eating at you from the inside. The weights, the spiritual weights are eating at you from the inside. And it's keeping you from even being able to visualize your happily ever after because you don't think you're fucking worthy of it. You don't deserve it. Why would you deserve to be happy and celebrate? Live happily ever after when you're such a horrible person and you have all these debts. Think about it. You had to learn to fucking forgive yourself, Aqua. You had to learn how to make mistakes. You had to learn how to fix it. You had to learn how heavy it feels to not right your wrongs and to learn how beautiful it feels when you do. Can't just ignore it or ghost it and pretend like it doesn't fucking hurt. To look in the mirror at the self and the things that we've done and chosen. Like, don't hold a lie to spare my feelings. You know? And I think that's the mindset. Like, don't lie to yourself trying to spare your own feelings. Don't lie to somebody else trying to spare their feelings. Like, you might have to seriously sever some things that you've been on the fence about severing. What may have been a 10 of Cups at one point. Because it left you impoverished, either financially or emotionally. But you had to reinvent yourself to even open yourself up to love again. And the fact of the matter is, this divine judgment is a part of you being able to open. Yeah, and you're scared. You're scared. Because what happens if you attempt to right the wrongs and it doesn't result the way you hope it would? I'm going to do you a favor then. Don't worry about that part. Don't worry about how it's going to work out the way you want. Forget about the way you want. Trust Spirit knows what the fuck you want. And the best, most effective and efficient, most stable and reliable way to get it to you. All you need to do is worry about de-stressing your soul, because it has nothing to do with anything else. It has everything to do with you de-stressing your soul. That's what the value of what you're being called to do looks like. It doesn't matter what the outcome is or what outcome you want. It doesn't. What really matters is that you de-stress your soul so that you can manifest whatever it is that you want. Right? Yeah. Make sure, Aqua, I'll leave you on this note, because something is not finished, right? The World card is in reversed. It's not finished. It's not over yet. It is going to require you to see things differently, especially where you've blocked yourself from seeing before. The Hanged Man with the Two of Swords. Third parties could have been a problem. Someone was trying to pour and love and nurture Queen of Cups and got fucking hurt with Three of Swords. They got hurt. And they reversed on you. The King of Wands is explosive. And they could have been they're a sacred soulmate, and they were probably very financially stable with the King of Coins. Or they would have put you in that energy. Or you would have been in the King of Pentacles energy. Either way, you might have pissed off a breadwinner. You might have pissed off a breadwinner. And or The person who was truly the glue to the manifestation, right? They are the key component. They're the key component. Really, King of Wands reverse is pissed. You pissed off a soulmate. You hurt them. You hurt them. This is what needs to get righted. It's a soulmate, someone who legitimately cared about you and poured into you more than you were pouring into them. Not that you didn't pour into them at all, but they were definitely putting in more emotional commitment. They were more emotionally committed. That's why it hurt them. They were more emotionally invested than I think you cared to acknowledge. This is what is coming up in June. Don't bite the heart that loves you. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Big lessons, Aqua. Big lessons. You got Pluto. You got Pluto in your sign now, Aqua. You got Pluto in your sign. You might need to connect with someone who is really like in tune with scorpionic energy, Plutonian energy. Maybe they're Pluto dominant, you know. Maybe they have a special relationship with understanding Plutonian energy. Because if you're going to have Pluto transiting your sign, the transformation can be absolutely incredible. It can be absolutely incredible. But it can take you to some of the darkest fucking places too. It can take you so fucking dark. Especially if you're Aqua rising. My God. Pluto in the first, right? Pluto transiting through the first house if you're an Aqua rising. You are not going to be the same person by the time it's done. Not even close. All right. And then you said Libra and then Leo. I could do that. So we'll do Libra and then Leo. All right. Timestamp for Libra. Okay. Spirit, please. Big three. Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising. Significant Libra placements. And the house that Libra rules for you, most importantly, right? The house that it rules. What is the divine conversation you want to have with Libra for the month of June? What divine conversation do you want to have with Libra? Libran energy. Libra, you just got the same fucking card as Aqua. Lying is for cowards, and secrets are dishonorable. Face the truth. Let it set you free. Truth is the only way out. That's a big theme for the air signs. I'm pretty sure Gemini had similar message. Air signs, really. Remove the label, their title, the obligations those labels and titles bring. Do you love the way they make you feel? Remove the label. Well, they're my fiance. They're my partner. They're my child's parent. They're my brother. They're my mother. They're my sister-in-law. They're my best friend of 20 years. They're my boss. You take the label away and the obligations to those labels and titles. Do you love the way they make you feel? Do you like the way you feel around them? You are somewhere you don't belong. It's not the future you're trying to make it be. Let it go. Dispel your pride. You didn't fail. Libra. What people-pleasing shit did you get yourself into? You're keeping secrets about how you feel. You know you're not where, you know you're somewhere you don't belong. Or surrounded by people that don't belong around you, right? What fake life are you living? Libra, what fake life are you living? Y'all might need to book a reading with me. My Etsy shop link is in the description. What insight, please, for Libran energy for June? God damn. Libra. Start laughing it out. Just start laughing. Just start laughing at yourself and the shit you got yourself into. Just laugh through it. Laughter is great medicine, and you're gonna need to laugh at yourself. You're gonna need. I got a lot of air out here. You could be dealing with another air sign. I got Gemini out here with a Lover's card. Oh my God. Libra, what are you doing? I got Death out here. Scorpionic energy. So many swords. The fuck was that? Well, the Empress wants you to know she's there. Bottom of the deck is the Strength card, Leo energy, and Four of Swords on top. Let's take it a layer deeper, please. Whoa. I'm hearing Selena Gomez in my head. Can't take back what you said. Oh no. You need to pack your things and go. Can't take back what you said. I know. I've heard it all before, at least 1,000,000 times. And I'm not one to forget. You know. I'm so sick of that same old love. That shit that tears me up. I'm so sick of that same old love. Hierophant's on the bottom. King of Cups on top. Libra, I'm not going to lie. If you're married or engaged, don't claim it if it's not your energy. You know if it is or not. I think some Libras are on their way to split with partnerships. I'm also getting certain downloads that I don't feel comfortable talking about. I feel like there's ultimatums involved. For some of you, it could definitely go a dark route if there's alcohol involved. I think people are cold and calculating. I think some people, yourself or the others you're involved with, if not both, really sharp at their words. Like if someone could literally cut you with words, like someone's sharp. They might have you an inch from losing your sanity. I think at some point there was third parties, and or you're currently dealing with a third party contract. They're not a high aligned contract. They're a lesson. Because we got the Lovers, the high aligned soulmate, and we got the Two of Cups. And the Lovers is above the Two, and I'm just... What was Libra's motive? What was the fucking motive? You got yourself in this fucking shit fest. What was the motive? How did you even get here? How did you even get here? Let's get real for a second. How did you even get here? Because this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I've done some ridiculous readings. But how the fuck you ended up here? You were having a hard time. That's how you got into this mess. You were having a hard time. Mentally, I think you might have hit a wild low. And you needed something to give you the will to live. You needed something to give you the will to live. Because I think a part of you felt like death or wanted to die. Maybe you lost somebody. Maybe you experienced a death. And there was an opportunity that you didn't take, right? The Princess of Pentacles with the Three of Wands reversed. There was an opportunity that you didn't take. and took a chance on something else. The foolish man in this deck, as much as it is Aries and Uranus, and for a lot of readers, it's Pluto in this deck. You see Pluto's symbol on the card here. Libra. How did you get here? You got here because you connected with someone at a seriously low moment. And you've got to remember that, okay? People are in the energy that we meet them in. If you were at an all-time low meeting someone, they are in all-time low energy, whether you realize it or not. If you met someone at the peak of your success, it's because they're in alignment with that energy. And they bring success around. Like, life is better when they're around. Like, you met them in high energy. I think you were in very low energy at the time you met this person. You were really struggling and didn't realize that you needed someone on that same energy vibration to either keep you stuck there with them or to help you find your strength and power so that you can evolve out of it. Because you can't stand that energy anymore, right? The dynamic. And I think that's where you're at now. I think you met somebody in really, really low energy. I think you've been called to evolve, called to level up. And you're either going to level up or you're going to sink where you're at. Choices, right? Choices. Because something, you fucking hate it. You fucking hate it. You might not have always hated it, but where you're at right now, you fucking hate it. And someone is brutal. There's definitely someone brutal with their words in like the third week of the month. You might really, and you know what, Libra, you might snap. If that's you and you snap inside that cold, sharp delivery, it's because someone took it too far. They pushed you past your last straw. Like, I think you would stay tolerable to a certain point, but someone crossed that line and you're like, that's it. The muzzle just got ripped off, you know? I think you need a break. I think you need a break. Things concerning the home or work may be lost in the process. Like, you might need to move. You might lose possessions. For some of y'all, might be paying fucking child support. But it frees you. But it frees you, like, you take the losses and it frees you to receive the soulmate. Whoever you're meant to be in alignment with. Something reliable. Someone safe. Yeah. But you cannot touch that contract. Whoever this new energy coming in is, you cannot touch that contract until you work out the kinks from your last one. You might need a really big apology, like a grand apology that breaks down the walls that you have or the walls that someone else has about giving to you. Or you know, having your walls broken down so someone can, right? Take it as it resonates. Roles can be reversed, flipped and switched. I do think you have a potential new beginning with an Empress. You just don't know how it's going to shake out. And you're afraid you're going to end up regretting. Well, fear ain't going to get you anywhere. Like, fear is not going to get you to the top of the mountain. Fear will keep you at the bottom. I don't know, Libra. For June, I think you got to figure out what you want to give to. Do you want to go walk the path? Do you want to go on the journey? Do you want to give to your highest aligned partnerships, or do you want to stick it out in low vibe third party energy? It's your life experience. Experience what the fuck you want, but sign me up for suffering. Said no one ever. Said no one ever. Oh my God. Libra, I hope the insight helps. I hope the insight helps. At the very least, I hope it gives you the courage to go after what it is you want to go after. And at the very least, be honest with yourself and whoever it is that you want to let go of. Because it's fucking clear you're miserable. Let's call a spade a spade. You're fucking stressed out and miserable. Okay. And Leo. All right, Leo. Spirit, please. Yeah, lots of love to Aqua. Pluto's intense. All the earth signs are going to be getting those lovely Pluto trines, which Pluto is still uncomfy even in trines. At least the benefit of the trine is a little easier to swallow than squares and oppositions. What's going on, Spirit? What is the divine conversation you want to have for Leo? Big three, strong or significant Leo placements, the house that Leo rules for people. What is the divine conversation that you want to have with Leo energy? This came out, I think, twice already. If I had it my way, you'd be happy and fulfilled and satisfied. Why do you insist on suffering? Take the best advice you've recently given. You are not exempt from taking it. Lead by example. Leo. If you have strong or significant Leo placements, really understand the house that Leo rules and what it represents, because that is where you're choosing to suffer. What those planets in Leo rule, what that house that's ruled by Leo means. If you have given advice to someone lately, you have to take it, and it's probably in regards to that person. It's probably in regards to that person. Like, if you had a conversation with somebody, like, maybe you just need to take a break from them and, like, recollect yourself or figure your own self out. Like, maybe you need to take a break from the person you're talking to, literally, and focus on yourself instead of them. Spirit, please, insight for June. For Leo. I'm glad that fell upright. I like the Page of Coins. I love it upright. It's a great card. A lot of coins. All right. Clarities, please. Double pages. Okay. And one more. Bottom of the deck is the Queen of Wands. Top is the Ten of Wands. I've got a lot of wands. Take it a layer deeper for us, please, Spirit. Take it a layer deeper, please. Here comes the sun. Doo-doo-doo. Here comes the sun. I said, it's Leo. Your card's out here, Leo. Sorry, I had to make it a big deal. I know your style. Alrighty. Give me one more, please. Give me one more, please, for Leo. Clarify the Knight of Coins and the Six of Coins. Take a layer deeper for us. Temperance. All right, I've got Leo and Sag out on the board. Eight of Swords on the bottom. Wheel of Fortune on top. Jupiter, more Sag energy, also potentially Pisces. Jupiter was Pisces' original ruling planet. All right, Leo. Queen of Wands is your energy. You know you're going through some. You know you're going through some shit. The Ten of Wands on top's heavy. You're the Queen of Wands. You're alchemizing from possibly the loss of a happily ever after type of visualization or counterpart you envisioned happily ever after with. Either you're walking away from them, they're walking away from you. There's healing taking place. Attachments that still need to get worked through. Really got the Star, followed by the Devil, followed by the Hanged Man, and the Eight of Swords. Like, I think you're trying to get your lust for life back. You might want to listen to that song by Lana Del Rey in the weekend, Lust for Life. Because when we lose that lust for life energy, it just feels so redundant. Life, it's like drudgery. And it's just, living to die is fucking awful. And I think you're trying to get yourself back into that vibration of loving life. You might be tiptoeing around someone. If you're manifesting a new beginning or a new foundation, you've got some truth. You might be keeping it to yourself. Because you know you can only take so much loss, and I think you're trying to figure out what you need to do to heal things with potentially someone who is quite fiery themselves, who ended up sad, right? The Five of Cups is after them. You're going to have to take it one step at a time. One step at a time to remove the 10 wands that are in the way. Because whatever was moved forward towards in the past ended up fucking robbing the shit out of you from a high connection. A high connection, like that your strength card is attached to. And now you don't know what to do. Yeah, the King of Wands to the Queen of Wands. King of Wands missed the opportunity and reinvented themselves in a hanged man position, the devil position. Thought they could do it without their counterpart. Okay. Leo, so you went on a detour. You went on a detour. I do feel like come the first week of June, you're going to have some major inspiration to start taking steps in the right direction in your own light, right? Taking steps forward from a place of your own light. And I do think you're seizing opportunities, especially if they are to apologize, which might be a big deal for you. And to be fair, I think it's genuine, and I think the apology comes with an offer. Comes with an offer. Not only does it come with an offer, it comes with effort and the promise of victory, and you or them, whoever it is, moves forward. They say, okay, I accept your apology. I accept your offer. I accept your effort. I'll move forward. I'll move forward with you. And it's going to take some time. And it might feel one way for a while, but that's for the purpose of alchemy. Because obviously something was imbalanced before. So now there's this kind of making up for it in order to get it back where it needs to go. I got a lot of sixes out here. I got a 6 here, 6 here, 6 here. And I got ones. I got a 1 here. 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 1s and 6s. 16 might be significant. Especially, maybe you were born on August 16th. Right, being a Leo. August 1st, August 6th, all Leo. August 10th even. Okay. Best advice for you, Leo. Stay in alignment with your happiness. Take the advice you give and stay in alignment with your happiness. Okay. I feel like there's something else that needs to be said. I don't know what it is, though. What is it? Show me a deck. The one I visually couldn't see on my table. I literally have something blocking my sight, and I was like, it's the deck behind there. And what's the vibe, Spirit? We're doing the what's the vibe deck. What's the vibe for Leo? You're exhausted. Burnout. Feeling empty, feeling burdened. Hopeless came out. Loss. suicidal ideation, depression. And intimacy versus thrills. Intimacy is mutual respect, unity, and closeness. Thrills are continuous cycles, bad decisions, and addictions. Yeah, stagnant. Daydreaming. Something is in stuck or dead end energy, and you are daydreaming about, thinking about, fantasizing about what it would be like to not be in this stuck or stagnant place, this dead end situation where something is not improving. On the best day, it stays the same, right? I think on every other day, like it might seriously just get a little bit worse every once in a while. Like, I think you are definitely inspired going into June to correct something. And if you listen to your happiness and visualize yourself in a fulfilled state, right? Feeling grateful, feeling safe, and allow yourself to choose from that visualization, that you will be better off. You're in a place where you have to choose between intimacy, which is mutual respect, unity, and closeness, where you are functioning in alignment with another person, right? Intimacy is walking side by side, looking at people as equals, regardless of income, regardless of age, regardless of history, regardless of education, regardless of physical ability, right? Like, you have to be able to look at another soul and treat them like you're equal. You cannot treat other people like they're less than or like they don't matter. Everybody fucking matters. The homeless guy down the street matters. The person who works next to you during the day, like, they matter. Your family matters. Whoever lives with you matters. Your best friend matters. Like, certain people matter. Other people fucking don't. Other people fucking don't. And if you look at it that way, that other people fucking don't matter, I think that's what needs to change. Start looking at everybody as a fucking person. They're a person. They're a human. They have their challenges. They do their best. Like, look at yourself that way. Like, you've done your best. You did the best that you could do with what you had and what you knew at the time. If you know more now, utilize the fact that you know more now. Step into it. Because if you're not going to be in that place of intimacy, which is literal mutual respect, then you're going to be in that vibration of thrills, continuous cycles, repeating cycles that have you exhausted and burnt out and hopeless and fucking depressed. You're burnt out and fucking depressed. It's almost like you're well aware of the fact, Leo, that if you don't actually fall in line with mutual respect and you continue to chase thrills, I think it'll spiral out of control. You might end up in a complete reset. Whatever that complete reset means for you. Whether you're completely resetting relationships or completely resetting your financial structure or your work or completely resetting your family, like whatever it is, it's going to result in a complete reset if you do not learn how to truly connect with people, the humanity in yourself. Like, Leo and Aqua are opposites. Aqua is the humanitarian. They fight for the black sheep because they are one. You, on the other hand, have no fucking clue what it's like to be cast out like you don't fucking matter. Leo would lose their shit if someone made them feel like they don't matter. Tell me I'm wrong. Leo would lose their shit. Depending on what your Leo placements are. If I had it my way, you'd be happy and fulfilled and satisfied. Why do you insist on suffering? Take the best advice you've recently given. You are not exempt from taking it. Don't be fucking scared. Don't be fucking scared, Leo. The best kings, the best rulers, the best ones look at all of the people of their kingdom as equals. The king is there simply because he is best suited, best fit to make choices and decisions that keep everybody else's happiness, safety, and alignment in line. Keeping it in manifestation. The minute Leo starts stepping into that realm of, I don't fucking care, this person's replaceable, that person's replaceable, this person doesn't matter, I don't care about this, right? As soon as Leo steps into that energy, you might as well be the Mad King. No one's going to support a king like that. That's a controlling, selfish tyrant. Right? Take your time. Give back to it. Let the alchemy happen. Put in the effort to fulfill the promises, right? Seize opportunity to apologize if you have to. It will likely be accepted. You might have to put in some work to write it, but it'll work out. I don't see anything in the cards that would tell me that it's not working out if you take the steps, right, to write it. If you're inspired to move forward and shine and you're ready for success, you're ready for it. You're ready for success. You'll get it. If you're ready for success, you'll get it, but you won't if you're not ready. You got to be ready. All right. Whatever it takes, right? Whatever it takes. If it's in alignment, it's in alignment. Trust it. All right. With that, y'all, all 12 zodiac signs are done. I love you guys so much for popping in and hanging out with me while I do the readings. I love you guys. Kristen, Lala, Risa, Kelly, Rita, I love you guys. Thank you guys for popping in my chat. You the best. I will make sure to get all the timestamps in for you guys so that you can pop in for the replay throughout the month of June. I hope it serves you well. I will be here again tomorrow, or I guess it's 12:04 in the morning now. So I'll see you later today. If we want to get technical about it, I'll see you later. And we'll spin the wheel or something. Also, Moon event is posted on Etsy for the 26th of May if you want your own moon event reading for the secret code names. And I did officially open private bookings, some of them, back up in my Etsy shop. So if you do want to get a private reading with me, you can. All right. I love you guys. See ya.